Very warm welcome back to the practice action today on Friday the 5th of December. This is the first day of 3 for the final round of the 2025 Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. We are here in the heart of northeastern Thailand, Chang International Circuit, bookending the season. We began here back in April with round 1, and we're finishing here in round 6. And this Chang International Circuit very much at the heart of this championship ever since the circuit opened, in fact, in late 2014. Asia Road Racing Championship was the first international event to run here. It's been doing 2 rounds a season ever since. Of course, there was a 2-year COVID hiatus. This is our 19th visit to Chang International Circuit. And I can see nothing that's going to stop that going. The facility here is great. The quality of the personnel is absolutely world-class. Marshals, medical, everything you can think of. So we're very happy to be here for the final showdown once again. And the final showdown is edgiest of all in this category, the blue ribbon category, the ASB 1000. The championship leader is Nakarin Atirapuvapat for Honda Racing Thailand. He's on 152 points, just 4 ahead of Hafiz Sharin, who's on 148, and then jointly on 141, just behind them, Akito Abe and Zakwan Zaidi. So to say this is finally poised is an absolute understatement.
It's going to be brilliant, isn't it? We're still on Friday, but I'm already so excited for race 1. Doesn't matter where they qualify, and the race is going to be lightning.
It is, absolutely. There's so much at stake here. There goes the AMI Suzuki of Adam Noradin. It was a very candid and insightful interview he did with you earlier, Daniel.
Yeah, I always get some good stuff from Adam. And yeah, he's on a mission. Mission number 1 right now, do a long stint, get as much mileage as he can, just understanding the bike and the track again. And then it's improving the bike setup. And to be fair, in just a few laps that he did in practice 1, he did a good job. He wasn't that bad off, and you can only imagine with a bit more mileage, a bit more understanding, it's going to be really good.
Yeah, he was really clear about how important it is not to lose too much track time, especially first time here for the Suzuki. I guess it's the first time he's been here for a while. There he is. Oh, that gorgeous looking red Suzuki.
Nakarin's has gone a second clear. I just saw that lap coming from the lower commentary box, and already on his first flying lap at 35.8. I don't think Nakarin has had a single lap in the 36 at this point.
No. Actually, I think his first flying lap this morning might have been a 136.
Maybe, yeah, perhaps.
But then he just put that firmly behind him and moved on.
So yeah, Hafiz has now dropped this one to the 35s. Yeah. 35.969, that's much more likely from Hafiz Sharin.
Yeah, not too surprising to see that, because he was really progressive in the way he improved this morning. And I do expect to see him close the gap on Nakarin, and now he's 74 hundredths behind Nakarin.
Nakarin's just done a really good sector 1. It's the first 19-second sector 1 that we've seen. And Hafiz Sharin's actually not too far behind Nakarin. But Nakarin really pinning it down in sector 1. Sector 2 is slightly slower, but still quicker than most.
Yeah, still decent.
Zakwan's come across with a 36.1. Zakwan finding some improvements as well. 36.299 was his fastest in practice 1.
Yeah, that was second best, and he looked at good pace all the way through the session. And Zakwan does love this circuit. He told me a couple of years ago this was his favourite, actually, his favourite circuit. So things much tighter among the top three right now. The top three being Nakarin, Hafiz and Zakwan. Will be eager to join the 135 club. And so will Kito Abe, Andy Farid Izdihar, and indeed Lachlan Epis.
That's familiar side of Chang, Cam Dunker and Happy Sheridan there. Saw distance round one, saw it in Sepang as well.
Yeah, Cam Dunker, best time this morning was 139.1. But Hafiz now pushed himself to the top with a 139.694. It's 41 hundredths quicker than Nakarin. But the Malaysian former MotoGP rider is right on the pace. And Zakwan is in the 135 club, 135.959 to the former ASP 1000 champion and two-time Supersport champion. So, 0.265 separate Hafiz, Nakarin and Zakwan Zaidi. Then it's a second back to Kito Abe and Lachlan Epis. And Andy Farid Izdihar. Hafiz improved slightly. It was a 135.636. Just to stretch out his lead to almost a tenth of a second over Nakarin. So very much game on here. Hafiz trails Nakarin in the standings by just 4 points. Saw supreme confidence from Nakarin this morning, really leading from the front, daring riders behind him to follow him if they dared. By contrast, Hafiz got progressively quicker and quicker during the session. And now he's put himself on top. There he is, the number 55 for JDT Racing Team. All kinds of drama last time out at Sepang, that turn 9 tangle with Zakwan Zaidi. That's significant for the championship, because while Nakarin came through to finish, he took the title. Two rivals took each other out. That's another 135.9 for Hafiz, so he's definitely got the pace as well. Nakarin last time around was 135.8, so really good pace from them. Zakwan just half a toe behind them. Is easing off. We're 11 minutes into this 40-minute session. Next season, there's an announcement that you'll be seeing a little bit later, but quite an exciting one, that in 2026 there is going to be a prize for riders in this category, ASP 1000, who break the lap record. And the prize is in yen, Daniel? 7 million yen. So a little bit shy, I guess, of 7,000 US dollars. So a very worthwhile prize for breaking lap records. So that will start from the beginning of 2026. They need no such incentive this weekend because the championship being number 1, that's the incentive. Now here at Chang International. he makes his way down to... Where is he now? He's just cruising. So Nakarin will want to put himself on top again.
It's Nakarin across the line.
Crossed up wheelie, yeah. Nicely done. Nice catch by our brilliant camera operators. The weather here at Chang International this weekend is certainly cooler than it was last year. Absolutely a hell of a lot cooler than it was back in April when we were here, which is the hottest time of year in Thailand. This is about the coolest, but it's cool for the coolest.
Indeed, yeah.
We're seeing temperatures in the mid to late teens at night, and probably going up to 30-ish during the day, but it doesn't feel hot. There's a bit of a breeze, and we haven't got the humidity that we have to deal with in April. March and April. There's Rio, 139.466 for him, so he's got some work to do on the second of the JDT Panigales. The only Ducati racer in the All Japan Championship, and the only rider to win a race in the All Japan Superbike Championship on a Ducati, or indeed a non-Japanese bike.
Yeah, it's impressive rider Rio, and still getting to grips with the ASB class and its differences with what he's used to. This session is going to be a step forward for him. He's already dropped down below the 140s. A step-by-step process for Ryo Mizuno. Into the final turn, now he comes. You can hear the roar of the Ducati from our position as he goes down the gears.
Yeah, Camp Bunkers a second quicker already than he was this morning. So that's really good progress for the Moto2 Yamaha rider, who turned 18 just 3 days ago. 2 days ago, indeed. So there's a bit of a gap between Hafiz Nakarin and Zakwan and Kito Abe. So as one of the contenders, what's SDG and Kito got up their sleeve, I wonder. Just not quite the pace. Lachlan close to the pace of Kito, 137, just knocking on the door of the 136s for the Savitar BMW mounted Australian. Seems to be overcoming the top speed problems they were experiencing on that BMW. There's Andy Farid, number 23. Another rider in the same range as Lachlan and Kito. And a rider, as we were saying earlier, with absolutely nothing to lose because of injury this season. He's not a championship contender, and this is his last race weekend with Astra Honda.
Still feels weird to see or hear that. It's just almost, you think Andy Farid, you think Astra Honda, and it's...
You do, absolutely. They are really synonymous.
And I promise you, I tried my best to try and extract where he's going next year. Nothing. Couldn't get anything out of him.
No, well, closely guarded secret. That's good if he can do that as well.
I mean, as much as I'm sad to see Andy leave where we're familiar with him being, I'm excited to see where he goes next. Such a quality rider.
That's right. That's absolutely right. It's a shame that this season hasn't gone the way that he really wanted it to, or indeed how we expected it to. because he was so strong in his first 2 seasons in this championship, and went right down to the wire, fighting for the title last year.
It's like Quito had a bit more drive to give there and just wanted to try and find a way past Andy. Both of them very similarly paced, but I think Quito has just a slight better exit through sector 2. Oh, yeah, the bike just squiggles about as he changes direction.
Yeah, it seems Azroy Hakim Anwar is also not out in this session. Perhaps discretion is the better part of valor, given the leg injury that he's carrying.
I wonder if maybe they're just trying to give him another day's rest, try to go straight into qualifying tomorrow, which is a big risk, but maybe it would be a decision to make, but yeah, it's tough for Azroy.
Yeah, it certainly is. I'm sure he wants to go. And you always see this tension between riders and team bosses. If the rider wants to go, the team boss is trying to pull them back for their own good, for their own safety. It's a really difficult one to manage. That's the quickest sector 1 for Andy so far. A little bit quicker than Quito through there, but Quito now closing up. Yeah, Quito's quick through this section. So turn 9, turn 10. Surprisingly tight, that section. We tend to be so focused on turn 1, 3, and 12 that we forget actually in that little technical section there are some challenging turns. Okay, so what have we got here? Yep, Andy improves to 136.6, puts himself into 4th, just over a second down from Hafiz. 0.7 slower than Zakwan, who remains 3rd. Quito not quite finding the pace that he needs. Good comparison to make here, I think, between these two. Indonesian Honda, SDG.
Yeah, you can see the
yeah, that change of direction there when Quito really closed up on Andy.
Yeah, it's just you can see that their lap times are so similar, yet the speed that they're coming out of the corners is so different. The speed going in, you can see that Andy has a better entry into the turns, but Quito has a far more aggressive exit, and he gets to drive so early on. It's interesting to see how both of these riders are riding. Yeah, Quito's finally gonna try and make a move rider. Just can't get past.
Andy's so good on turn 12.
He is. And he closes that line as well and still manages to make the turn nice and smooth. Oh, Quito. Something so special about the way he rides.
Yeah. Spectacular, but maybe lost him a metre or two that time. Fizz back out.
You know, one thing that just hit my mind was the way Quito rides is one of those things where if you show someone a video of the way he enters a turn, it can make people fall in love with the art of riding a motorcycle. Just the way he swings the tail in. Beautiful riding.
Yeah.
Getting aggressive over the rumble strip there. It's been a good session from Hafiz. Much better than what we saw in free practice 1, a whole second faster, second and a bit.
Yeah, the time's come down, although looks to me like a game plan because session 1 was so progressive.
Yep. Different tires as well. They were running the softer rear option.
Yeah.
Now running the mediums, which I think it seems like the mediums are the way to go really with the ASB category. Of course, I mean we're not the ones riding, but it just seems like the typical choice for the winners.
Just looking at comparisons from last time, Joe Francis, big improvement as well. 139.4 session 1. This time now 138. Really good work by Victor Racing's Joe Francis.
He's doing it on a bike that is nowhere top speed wise, but it's unbelievable. He's the only one in the lower 270s for the speed trap. Everyone else above him is closer to 290, or if not 290 and above. So he's putting in some really good work.
Yeah. This is not the Yamaha circuit, as we know.
And the bike is much older than the rest of the grid.
Yeah. And it's a small bike. And he's a big, tall guy. He's well built, muscular frame.
Indeed, yeah.
Wide shoulders, all of that. You can see he really dwarfs the machine when he's sitting on it.
It makes it look like an R25. Yeah, just for next season, I would really love to see it if we could see the Yamahas get an update, a bit more to speed in, and just sort of bring the pack a bit closer. Adam was telling me as well that he's hoping that the new Gixxer for next season gets homologated so that he can bring that one, which should have a bit more extra speed, a bit more stability. And again, it will just bring the pack so much closer together. It would be just so good for the championship.
Yeah, Adam doing a good job there. He's 2 seconds off the best time on Tapiz.
Yeah, he's found some improvements. So I think he's gone back in for a bit, made some adjustments, and now it's second time out. He's just coming out right now. Kito set his personal best at 36.350, so he goes up into 4th. This pack is closing up.
Yeah, Kito's improving.
Lachlan as well, he's improved by just under 2/10. So he's in 6th, he's only 1.3 off. So again, Lachlan is looking a good day so far with the new things that they found. Compared to Declan, who managed to ride here last week, Lachlan hasn't. So those data improvements that they have found is already proving very significant. So come qualifying, I think Lachlan really should be in a big chance of qualifying in the top 5.
Yeah, agree. Well, he's obviously got lots of quality, and if they're just pulling everything together to make it work on that Savitar BMW, then he could be another one of the spoilers alongside Andy Farid. TNP's Natitan, the wild card, told you, if I heard it right, that he was aiming for 137. So he's to achieve that, he's got some improvements to make. 220, that is Declan Garbury. 141.144, his best time. The rider scampering away at the front there is Zakwan Zaidi. 36.2 last time around. Best time 135.9. Behind him is the deep red Suzuki. Noradin, the AMI Suzuki. There's a decent sector 1 and his best sector 2 so far for Zakwan. So as usual, the geniuses in the control room. pick out which bike to follow. See what he can do through the final sector. Is on a slow lap.
Oh, Zakwan was top.
Yeah.
35.591. That's a big improvement from Zakwan Zaidi. While this shakes up the championship, time-wise, Zakwan has now arrived into the 35 mid. All three of the top three have done 35 mid since either practice 1 or practice 2. There's nothing between them. In this session alone, it's just under 0.15 between the top three.
Yeah, this is brilliant stuff from Zakwan. We know he likes Chang International Circuit. We know he goes well here. And he just looked like a couple of laps ago, just saw him scampering away from the bikes behind him. I thought he really looks like the best of Zakwan. He's running a hard front, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. It seems to be the choice of most riders this weekend so far in the past 2 sessions. Perhaps just a bit more stability at the front. I think we did see Nakarin still running the medium front in practice 1 as well, if memory serves me right. Saw Adam just now with the harder front. Just heard the bell of Ducati at the pit lane. I think that's Hafiz. Yeah, oh, Zakwan's going quicker actually. He's actually gone faster in sector 2. Sector 1 was decent. What's it going to be across the line? 35.58. He goes. He's gone faster.
Yeah, he was beautifully done through turn 12. That was a perfect execution of turn 12. Looks behind him. There's nobody there. Wow. Zakwan Zaidi has arrived. Yeah, he's been second. He's been on the podium this season. He hasn't bagged a race win yet. So that would be sweet for him, regardless of the championship.
My suspicion, again, this is just pure suspicion and speculation, is that Nakarin has meddled with a bit of data and tried to give his bike a bit more power. He's done a 297. He's about 6 horsepower faster than anyone else on the straight. Maybe that's why he's unable to clock in a 35 mid. Perhaps it's just too much power now that it's getting a bit loose on the rear, on the exits. Again, speculation. But it could be just experimentation, because they know that with the previous setup, they were nearly unstoppable, doing easy 35 mids. So maybe there was a bit of experimentation, but not really in the right direction in the end.
Yeah, and he's done far fewer laps than his main rivals so far as well.
Zakwan's coming in after doing 2 laps in the 35.5s. He can be happy with that.
Very much so. They have another session to go. They'll close out the day this afternoon, 5 something. So a little bit later than their race time. 12, it's the Moto Go Yamaha of Cameron Dunker. Two Yamahas of Cam Dunker and Joe Francis. Not running together, but very close on times. Seems like they're getting the most out of those Yamahas.
It's a decent job, and they've done some good work with the new engine. 283.5 across the speed trap, which is not bad at all for the Yamaha across the speed trap in Chang. I remember Kasma's R1 back in the day was clocking around 285, 287. But they're not far off what a factory bike would be doing around here.
Yeah, agree.
Cam was saying that he does hope to be back next year, and hopefully with a bit more bit more to give, and I think, again, for such a young, talented Aussie rider, this would be such a good thing for him to develop his skills a bit further here.
Yeah, anybody who's been watching this season will have been impressed, whether it's here in the Asia Road Racing Championship or in the Australian Championships.
Yeah.
They would have been impressed with him.
We have to remind everyone that he did enter this championship at 17 years old in the Premier class.
Yeah, well, he got on the plane to come here when he was 17.
Yeah.
He turned 18 on Wednesday, so
He couldn't sign a document without a legal parent or guardian until Wednesday. So, and he's fighting at the top flights of Asian motorcycle racing. It's unbelievable. And he just set his best lap, 37.815. So he's closing the gap slightly and steadily.
yeah,
He's doing the right things.
yeah, into the 37s for the first time. Really good work.
We really saw the best of the Moto2Go Yamaha team in Mandalika, where top speed almost is out of the equation. And yeah, at the start of that race, Cam was straight away contesting with the front group. It was so impressive. It plays to the strength of the Yamaha. It's all about the corner speeds and how stable it is through the turns, how easy it is to maneuver. It's just that top speed. It's just, that's all it lacks.
Yeah, that's right. There's Tioyu Joe. He's got had a Norodin Suzuki. Well, he did have it all over the back of him. He's decided to give the rest of the riders some room.
These two should run together, actually. Cam and Adam both are struggling for top speed, and both bikes are strong at the same spot at the track. I think, I mean, I don't think they have any relationship between each other, but if they work it out together, they could play a proper 250 game or just using slipstream to help each other get into the higher positions.
That would be a good idea. Well, if they run this recording back later, maybe they'll give it a spin.
Yeah. Joe's done a good job. He's been lapping in the 38s earlier. He's got that time down a lot. And for Natatan as well to come into this championship with brand new tires, different manufacturer of tires. I think he's done decently with the 140.028.
Yeah, he has. Yeah, for sure.
He did mention his plan was to beat his personal best, which is a 39.
I thought I heard him say 37.
Oh, sorry, yeah, 37 was, yeah.
Or that's what he was looking for, his personal lap record, he called it. But yeah.
So 37 could just be the fact that it's different regulations, different tires, so he needs more time to adapt, but he is going in the right direction.
Yeah. Akarin is back on track.
Will chip away more tenths from his time right now.
Will he chip or will he chop? Chop's bigger than a chip.
If he chops, we're looking at 34s then.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Sector 1's not at his best. He's usually in the lower 20s, so maybe a few more adjustments being made, just testing out things.
Looks like it, doesn't it?
Yeah.
But still in the 135s. Mid 135s. Through turn 10. Lofts the rear wheel under braking. Completely unperturbed by the shapes the bike's making. It's a 136.3. Which anybody outside the top three currently would have been grateful for. There's Ryo Mizuno. 39.2 his best time, that was a 140.
see now. I mean, Rio and Hafiz riding together. Rio should be getting a little bit more from this, and yeah, he does. Sector 1's a decent one. Still a couple of tenths off, but he's going to get a bit more understanding by following Hafiz.
Yeah, Hafiz said yesterday he would give him a bit of a tow during the interview. I know what it is, Daniel, when you're doing the interviews, you're in the moment, and then afterwards, it's gone.
It's just blanked out after that. Yeah, it's good to see that.
Yeah, absolutely.
You can see that it's through turn 4, 5, and 6 where Rio loses a bit of time. Still trying to understand those lines a bit more. Very technical track, this Chang International Circuit. On paper, it really looks simple, but when you're on the track, it's a whole different story. A lot of the turns, especially when you look at Sector 3, is completely blind.
Yeah, that's it. And that turn 9 is a real loop.
Yeah. There's Andy Farid and Nakare running together.
Former teammates with the Asia Dream setup from 2023 and last year. They split them this year, didn't
That's
they?
right, yeah, it was last year as well, yeah.
Yeah,
Last year we became with Astemo.
Yeah.
The previous editions were with Showa.
Yeah, that's it. That's why I only said Asia Dream Racing.
Rio's gone a bit faster again, Sector 1, so slight steps forward.
Yeah, Joe Francis into the 137s as well.
Yeah, that's good from Joe.
Good work from the Brit.
So we can show in with the Yamaha in the 37.9, Cam with the 37.8, and then with the 37.4. It looks like Chip has backed off from this lap.
Yeah. Kito still needs to sort out that half second that he's missing.
The point is, Kito is using the lower 36s already, but he does need a little bit more. The next session is going to be absolutely critical. That's going to be closer to race time. So they need to get it right over there. But that's the thing about SDG. They might look like this now, but it could just be the setups for the final session. And again, with SDG, you never know. They might just suddenly come in with lower 35s out of nowhere. So, of course, that's looking at a very positive outlook on what how the sessions have been for Kito. What could be going wrong is just that they can't find what they need right now to contest at the lower 35s.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. Just seeing the camera wobble around a bit. I wondered if it was windy, but I don't think so. Pit lane flags look kind of flopping around in a relaxed way. Nothing too disturbing.
Yeah, it could just be a mosquito biting one of our cameramen. There's plenty of them this weekend.
Well, we've had snakes here in the past, so
yes,
maybe there's a snake making its way up to the platform.
Well, if it is a snake, then that's a very calm reaction compared to how I would react.
Yeah, I'd be sitting on top of the camera, screaming.
So here's Andy. He's really improving in this lap. Sector 1's really good. Sector 2 is really good. This should bring Andy Farid down into the 35s. Turn 12 looking very nicely done. Across line. Oh, it's not a 35. He lost time. He lost time in Sector 3, but he does move up into 4th. But Sector 1, Sector 2, that was on course for a 35. That's unfortunate for Andy.
Yeah, normally he's really good through the final sector. So I think we can safely say that he's got a 135 in him. And that's what we've got though. Zakwan Zaidi, excellent session from the Malaysian former champion. 135.58 and just hundredths and tenths behind them. Hafiz Shirin, Nakarin Atirapuvapat, and then Andy Farid closing in on the times of them. Kito Abe with a little bit of a gap to close. His best time 136.3. And then it was Lachlan Epis for Savitar Racing Asia, 137. There was Adam Norridin, Cameron Dunker, and Joe Francis, all around the 37s. And then Rio Mizuno, finding his way around. Natatan, the wild card for Yamaha TNP, making progress. 140 was his best time. Then it was Declan Carberry for Savitar, and teammate Tioyu Joe did a 143. And unfortunately, we didn't see the injured Ajroy. So we mentioned a little bit earlier that there will be additional incentives for ASB 1000 riders next year. And that incentive is for anybody who sets a new lap record in the 2026 season will win the handsome sum of 7 million yen. And that is the Dunlop Sportmax Award that will be running right from the beginning of next season, so added incentive. As I said earlier, they don't need this incentive quite this weekend. Everybody is chasing for the title, but extra excitement coming your way next year in ASB 1000.
It's not on that poster, but it's also only for the ASB 1000 category. So the big boys in the Premier class, they will have the opportunity to come back with, as you coined it, a handsome reward back. So something to fight for every time.
Absolutely, can't wait for that. It's going to spice things up even further. So we're going to take a short break now. When we come back, it will be with the Underbone 150s for their second session of the day. Crucial stuff, because who goes through to qualifying 1 and 2 will depend on the best combined times. So keep your eyes peeled and stay with us. We'll be back with you in about 6 minutes from now at 2 p.m. local time. We're at Chang International Circuit for the final round of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. We are back on track here at Chang International Circuit with the second and last session of the day for the Underbone 150 class. The Underbone and indeed the TVS free practice days do take account of combined times over the two sessions that each class has to determine who goes through to the first and second qualifying sessions on Saturday morning. We had a really quick session this morning, bearing in mind that the best qualifying time back in April this year at round 1 here at Chang was 2 minutes. Dimas Julie at Moko in the 159s, and indeed Kusni Zainul Fauzi and the Fifat Ran both got themselves into the 159s. 59.396 in the case of Dimas. Fifat Ran, who was third quickest, 159.788, so comfortably into that bracket now. So these cooler conditions suiting Underbone very nicely, thank you. There is Chang International Circuit. 12 turns, long straights, hard braking, particularly in turns 1, 3 and 12, and a technical section between turns 5 and 10. That was turn 3 we were just looking down at. Unlike this morning, the riders have come out quite slowly at the start of this session. Could put them in jeopardy of a penalty. Slow riding. Krishna leads the way. Big flash of yellow on the front indicates it's Azir Elephant Yamaha. He runs 23. Leslie runs 143. Leslie Zainul Fauzi, who sealed the championship last time out in Sepang, has scored an incredible 5 wins out of 10 starts, 3 seconds, been on the podium just twice. And the second time he was off the podium was when he was just riding around to make sure that he clinched the championship in race 2 at Sepang. 17, the ever lively, the ever pushing Masato Fernando on the Kobe Yamaha. The number 22 machine. There is AJ Sobretodo, another Filipino, along with Masato Fernando. Two groups spread out, one on the right, one on the left, as they plunge down towards turn 4. 5 leading the group there, was leading the group with John Emerson in Gito for 4S1N. Slipstreamed by Sato. Number 96 is Farrell Rashidan. It's the 25, John Emerson Gito. Yellow 22 there, that's AJ. So 3 Filipino riders running together. Jay Sobretodo commented yesterday on how aggressive the Indonesian riders are, which kind of made one or two of us raise our eyebrows. Anyway, through Filipinos, running very politely together. Nice formation of 3. Just behind them is the only Thai rider in this championship, as he has been for many years, Pirapong Nui Bunpeng, number 24 for Team 1-4-all. Dark yellow machine that went through there was one of the Vosges machines. There is the 202 of Dimas Juliet Loco. So Husni Zangal Fauzi, the 2025 champion, is first on the timing screens. No pressure on him now. He's ahead of Fadli Regani, Dimas Julie and Pirapong Nui Bunpeng. Nobody quite into the 159s. And I think with a warmer track now, they may not get there. Number 88 there. Fabriancia, currently 5th with a 202.4. Will Rashidan 96 is at the head of that group. And the Vosges is in there as well, that's good to see. Third manufacturer in what has, for as long as anybody can remember, been a battle between Honda and Yamaha. Yamaha mostly having the upper edge. J leads them into turn 1. He start of another lap. Piece of camera movement there. Don't know other signs of breeze blowing. I said that there's no pressure on Husni. He has a 62-point advantage over the outgoing champion, who finished, or who's currently lying second. 2025 championship, Fahmi Bassam, and the FIFAM ran. It's 15 points behind Fahmi. So, and Dimas Julie on 121, 4 points behind Afif. So there's still some honour to fight for from P2 down. That's Dimas Julie. Just stopping there in the Racetech 60 pit. I should also say that while he's injured, the other Racetech 60 rider, Moyoaji Trilaksana, is showing the bravery that we've long known that he possesses. He's competing here this weekend. And indeed, he's done a best time so far of 2:02, which is 6th best. So, valiance personified there. But at the top are 2 riders for Zia LFN, Husni and Guvita. Guvita won race 1. Yeah, race 1 here back in April. Pirapong, who Daniel noted earlier is always quick and worth a bet for a podium, I think, this weekend. It's been a couple of seasons since we saw him on the podium. It's a slightly better run of luck. The Kiddas is currently 4th quickest. It's Fadli Regani doing a sterling job as a replacement rider. Replacing Daniel Demar. Keel Danish replacing Darwisi, right, Daniel? Who the poor lad is sitting exams as we speak.
It's making sure he completes his education as well as his racing career. So he's finishing his finals. I know it's the SPM in Malaysia, and best of luck to Darwish.
Absolutely. Number 11 there, Fazrul Sham. Kapita and Husni stop together. Swayuaji coming in alongside Dimas Juli in the Racetech 60 pit. I guess that dismounting is going to be a little bit painful for him. So he's staying on the bike for now.
Wayaji still recovering from the crash that involved himself, Merba Batoni, Herjun, a couple of athletes as well in their Mandalika Racing Series.
Yeah, we wish all those riders a speedy recovery. Some of them are here. Merba Batoni, unfortunately, is not. He's got a longer road to recovery. So we wish him well. Been absolutely sensational 250 rider this season, coming in as a rookie and putting himself right in contention for the championship. It's not to be. So, in relative terms, a hush descends on Chang International as we approach the halfway point in the session, and most riders are in the pits. As far as the battle for P2 is concerned, it's advantage Farmi, number 87 there, the familiar number 87. Nazrul Izzat Bahadin, 2023 champion, who has been absolutely dogged by bad luck. Since then, too many mechanical failures, too many injuries, even the injuries being caused by mechanical failures. And he missed a lot of the session this morning, Daniel. Again, he didn't crash, so we guess that was another mechanical issue.
Yeah, I heard him coming into pit lane and he couldn't get that bike down his gears, so it's just an unbelievable run of bad luck for Nazrul.
Yeah, the mechanical gremlins working very effectively in that UMA racing garage.
It's that sorted for him still. It doesn't, the pace right now is just not there.
Great to see another of the now senior riders in this class, Izzat Zaidi, coming back into the championship. Number 98, just ahead of Nazrul. Just so many fantastic quality riders in this class. Izzat's had his own injury battles to overcome, so it is really good to see him back, especially in such a good team as Cardinals Factory Racing, one of the very best. So just approaching the midway point in the session, and everybody, now that Nazrul's coming in, seems to be in the pits. So looking further down the championship table, Aditya Fauzi lies 5th. Then it's Waiwaji Trilaksana, who himself has had his share of bad luck. Then Akid Aziz and Gupita, former champion, former two-time champion indeed. Then Farul Rashidan. And Nazrul, miraculously, considering the bad luck he's had, in 10th place. And it is completely silent, Daniel.
Yeah, everyone in pit lane, literally everyone.
Yeah, that doesn't happen very often. But,
I don't know.
but there it is now in the foreground there. You can see the Vosges racing machines. It's really good to see a third manufacturer in this championship becoming competitive when there's so much experience among the Hondas and Yamahas. is a really, really big ask. But Tenku did a 2:03 this morning, so I guess step by step they're getting there. The name of the team, Vosges AS25. AS25 indicates the involvement of none other than Aslan Shah, who sadly is absent this weekend after the problems suffered by his A1 Energy BMW team. So his presence mostly felt by the entry of the Vosges machines that they'll have completed this season. So they're gathering data, they're improving, and they know what they have to do. Well, they've got a good idea of what they have to do to get on a real par and be competitive with the Yamahas and the Hondas. Aditya Fauzi had an off in the first session. So just looking for him on the timing screens. He's down in 20th, 2:03.237. So that's a surprisingly long way down for somebody of Aditya's quality, who this time last year was in championship contention. Look, we were watching the Filipinos earlier. John Emerson and Gito, 10th quickest. And then Masato Fernando, they were circulating together, not far behind, in 12th. April King Moscato surprisingly down in 19th, just ahead of Aditya. And only 6 laps completed for Nazarul. His best time, 2:03.2. So, a couple of riders look like they're going to get themselves back out. I think see Dimas Julie coming out. Waiwaji remains on that high-vis yellow Yamaha right in the middle of your picture, upper middle of your picture. That's Tenku, came out for Vosges. Conditions here currently warm, outside temperature. It can't be that bad because we've been sitting here with the door of the commentary box open all day, right from the cool early morning to now.
Yeah, under the shade the temperature has been really great. It's just under the sun you feel the heat a bit.
Yeah, air temperature 30 degrees. And light cloud cover. So really, particularly for the Thai, Malaysian and Indonesian competitors, quite easy conditions. What's missing is the humidity, and that is the good thing. So one more run coming up for most of these riders as the volume increases once again. For those of you who haven't been to Chang International Circuit, one of the unusual features of its design is that the grandstand is actually over the pits rather than being opposite. Team one for all riders. Durapong and Febriancia. Waiwaji coming out for another stint. So this outlap looks like it's going to be a little bit of a slow one.
Yeah, seems like it.
Why is that? Is that because they've forgotten?
Could be. I think
Habit?
yeah, habit, force of habit. Probably they need to hear the voices of race control again.
Yeah, do I really want to hear that again? I've heard those rollickings, and they are quite something to behold. It's not just the sound; it's the penalties. Fabriancia trundling down towards turn 4. So, best result this season for Tirapong has been P4 at Motegi. Apart from that, he hasn't been inside the top 10. He's a very, very good rider. Ideally built for underbones.
A few moments of brilliance this season. So well experienced, he just hasn't been able to get the consistency of results in.
Yeah, 202.2 his best. Crasher in the first session, Aditya Pausi, 177. After he put in a decent time though. In those cool conditions, best times were about a second quicker than they are now, which is in itself quite interesting. There's Julie, 1:59.39. Currently, Husni Zainal is the fastest, 2 minutes, 0.468, so about 1.1 second difference. And what we're looking for is the top 12 on combined times to go through to qualifying 2 tomorrow morning. There is Aditya, switch from Race Tech 60 Yamaha to Honda this time. GW Factory Racing. Pink colour, almost as distinctive as the Race Tech 60 he was on last season, but he's doing really well on this Honda.
Yeah, he's been the top Honda, the Underbone 150 Championship, consistent always. We expect him Madi Defazi as well. Quality rider.
First saw him as a wild card, as I remember, in Mandalika in 23. Then he turned himself into an instant contender in 2024. And he's been doing fantastic work on this Honda this year, the JPNW. 5th in the championship. Pirapong leads 25. John Emerson and Gito. Pirapong on a 201.4. John on a 202.3.
Coming out of the lane. Only got 4 minutes, so it would be a very quick sprint for them.
Yeah, that was a long break in the middle there. That's why you behind him. 4 championships between them, 2 apiece. Days gone by.
It's always consistently quick. I feel like this season, Afif has almost always been around the top 3 or 4. It's like GRT team setting those bikes up really well.
Yeah. And this is where maybe 3 years ago he did the almost impossible and ran away from the rest of the field on the last lap to win by a significant margin. 202 is Dimas Julie. Kubica is behind him, and on the 23. But Husney stays top.
Oh, just for a moment there.
Just as I said that. Fahmi Bassam, the outgoing or outgone champion, and currently occupying second place in the championship, jumps into the 159s with a 159.769 and goes top.
Michael Danish has found his way into third place, so that's a really good one for Michael Danish. Found the slip right behind Husni and Fahmi Bassam. That's put the replacement rider all the way up into third.
Good work. What can he do in the race? Can't wait to see. Kidders is, and Afif Amran, 6th and 7th. Feeling this year that Afif Amran has been slightly had the advantage out of those two. Kidders has in the past, including fairly recent past, seemed like an irresistible force, but mantle seems to be slightly more securely over the shoulders of Afif Amran this season. Championship turns. Afif is 3rd and Kid 7th. But what a strong combination for Pittsbike Superfast.
They built a team around 2 fantastic riders, and it's really just a matter of time before they become a really force to be reckoned with. We've seen it already in the past, what they're capable of doing when things are going right.
Yeah, Fadli Regani, he's been impressive as a replacement rider for Daniel Demar. This will be their last time around. Checkered flag will come out in 45 seconds from now. We're looking at Pirapong Louis Peng, just ahead of Regani. Regani currently with the best time of 201.6, down in 11th. It looks very much like he's getting his head down now. Fahmi Bassam sits on top with a 159.769. Best time of the day so far, 159.396 for Dimas Julie. Set in those cooler conditions this morning. Jay Sopratodo leads these, number 22, but he's about to be taken over by the 222, Fahmi Bassam, for LFN 969. He's got, just running with him, just going past him, Husney, who took away his championship back in October at Sepang. That's him, number 143. Husney, we've been told to expect a different coloured set of leathers for the races, but let's see. Quite nicely turned out as it is. Dimas Julie improving. Did a good sector 1. Very good sector 2. So there might be a little change in the order. Kid Aziz also going well. And as they come across the line, a few positions start to change. A Kid does indeed go up to 4th. Pirapong 3rd. Akil Danish, fantastic job he's been doing in 5th. And finally a decent session for Nazrul Izzat. He seems to have got that Uma Malaysia Yamaha working. 2-minute 0.5 for him. There it is. It was a late run from Fahmi Bassam, but it gave him a 1:59.769. Almost 2/10 clear of Husni Zainal Fauzi for Zir LFN, HP 969. And then it was Pirapong Nui Bin Peng for Team One for All. Just over 2 minutes. And then Akid Aziz, Akil Danish, Nazrul, April King Moscado, Gupita Krishna, and then Afif Amran was 9th quickest, 10th Ardib Arshad, then Dimas Juliet Moko for Racetech 60. Fadli Ragani doing a great replacement job in the Yamaha LFN team, 12th, 13th Wayuaji Trilaksana, 14th Fazrul Sham, 15th John Emerson and Gito. Then it was Febriancia for Team One for All. Then Masato Fernando, his best time 2:02.475. Then Amaral Arif Musa for Maestro NWN SCK. And then Faril Rashidan for 4S1N. Aditya Fauzi down in 20th for JPNW SND Factory Racing. Then it was Timothy Rojas for UMA Racing Philippines. And then Cheryl Shazras on a 2:03. He was quick earlier, so not a good session for him. Then is that Zaidi on a 2:04.9, so things not all going his way. And then it was the Vosges of Tengku bringing up the rest. Just looking down there from turn 1 down to turn 12, where you can see the riders coming into the pits, and you can see that grandstand over the pits, as we were discussing earlier. So that ends the day's work there for the Underbone 150s. So next up, we're going to go for a short break, and when we come back in just about 6 or 7 minutes from now, it will be for the second and last session of the day for the TVS Asia One Make Championship. So stay with us. We're at Chang International Circuit for the final round of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship 2025.
So yeah, we're with Lachlan Neppis from Saboteur Team Asia. So Lachlan, we just got the announcement that Dunlop's giving bonuses now for the new lap record holders for next season onwards. So yen 1 million per round. What do you make of it?
It's quite a bit of an incentive to be on the grid for sure next year. Look, I think it's great. You know, we've seen other championships, especially in FIM level, that have incentives and prizes. You know, MotoGP has the car. So for Dunlop to put that up for us in ASB 1000 next year, and it's an added incentive, obviously, to push even if you are on pole. I'm going to get faster now to make sure I get some of that money. But yeah, I think it's great. I think it's a fantastic little thing that they're doing.
You've been close a few times this season. Do you think there's going to be that extra push now for next year?
I'm going to say no, because if I wasn't pushing maximum, I'd probably get fired. But look, I think it's going to be an added thing, and I think what it's going to change is you're not going to settle for pole. You know, a couple of times I think we've seen people that had probably a bit of an advantage, and the need to push is not so different. Obviously, next year we're looking at potentially a different tyre allocation. I don't know how public that is, but we've got a different tyre allocation looking for next year as well. So I think it's going to give us more freedom to push and really attack for that yen 1 million.
Thanks so much, Lachlan. Good luck for this week.
We are rumbling in Buriram. That's the sound of the 310cc single piston engines that power these TVS Asia 310R Apaches. These really are prototype racing machines that are just about homologated enough to be eligible for road use, but make no mistake, these really are proper race bikes. And what we saw in the first session this morning was that the top three in the championship were the top three on times, although not necessarily in the same order. Ramdan Rosley was sensational. He put in a 150 dead, 150.000 to take the top time. And that was a full 0.853 quicker than Hiroki Ono. Hiroki Ono with a lead in the championship. He definitely has one hand on the trophy. We'll need a little bit of bad luck as well as a strong challenge that is undoubtedly going to come from Ramdan Rosley. We've seen it every time out from Ramdan. He always puts in 100%. He always performs well. Doesn't seem capable of having an off day or allowing himself to become discouraged or frustrated. Mentally and physically, he's a real exemplar for the rest of this field, which is made up of young, inexperienced riders that are coming through, and experienced ones like himself, like Hiroki Ono. Other experienced riders here, out on track actually, I have to mention, is Vorapong Malahuan, who was the inaugural champion in 2022. But he was also the project leader, so has taken a step back this year. And so he is just riding to check out the bikes, do some development work. So, but it's always good to see him out there anyway. He's currently running number 16, if you spot it. Currently second quickest there is Chiran Vishwanath. He put himself on the podium back in April this year at round 1. He's currently second behind his compatriot, Sartak Chavan. Sartak, who was absolutely thrilling to watch in his first season in the TVS Asia One Make Championship last year, but lacked a bit of consistency, and even at the start of this season, I remember making all kinds of shapes, but since then he's smoothed off those rough edges, added consistency to his speed. He's currently second in the championship, just ahead of Ramdan. And we're going to go to Daniel now, who is down in pit lane with an interview.
Zadi from Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia. So, Zakwan, for the ASB 1000 next year, a new prize for the riders. If you get the black record, you get 1 million yen, so about 6,500 USD. So, how do you feel now that there's extra bonuses coming?
Yeah, it's quite interesting. That we know, I also check in the IG, Instagram, that we get the prize money for the next year. It's quite surprised, and maybe for the rider also, I think everybody is quite motivated to attack qualifying, also Super Bowl, and I think this good I think the platform. So maybe for me, maybe to improve the race, also the lap time is maybe coming better, and we know we already push in the limit, but the price I think is quite big. For sure, next year I will push it more.
So what you're saying is next year for qualifying, it's new limits now to come, eh?
So, sorry?
So next year for qualifying, there's going to be more limit than now, eh?
I think for sure. Maybe 1 second more faster.
Thank you so much. Good luck for this weekend.
Well, there you have it. People starting to get excited about the possibility of extra earnings in 2026 in the ASB 1000 category. There is the number 2. Fastest this morning. Fastest so far in this session, Ramdan Rosley. Best time 1:50.225. The only rider anywhere near the best time this morning. His was a 1:50 dead, as I said earlier, so within 2/10, within just over 2/10 of his best time. Luis Miguel, who put himself on the podium here back in April on his first weekend in ARRC. He's moved himself into second with a 1:51.5. Hiroki Ono has just pushed him down into third. Hiroki exactly a second slower than Ramdan. And Sartak, whose best time was a 1:50.855 this morning, is on a 1:51.594. So about 0.8 of a second slower. This is a 20-minute session. You're not yet halfway. That's Kewa Ahmed, number 7, the Indian rider. plunging down into turn 4. Chirant Vishwanath is the number 4. He's had a bit of a mixed season. He's a really quick rider, but not quite consistent enough to put himself close to the top 3. Hiroki Ono, Sartak Chavan and Ramdan Rosley, who have really led the way every time out this season. Wide there was Kanatat, local rider Kanatat, one of the top riders in the lightweight 400 category at the BRIC Championship, which runs here at Chang International. That is Chirant, number 4. 51.8 was his best time so far, and it still is. This morning he did a 153.1, so he's tweaked things nicely, got himself a second or so quicker. See some other riders to pick out here as they go through the haze. It's about 30 degrees out there at the moment. There's the unmistakable Hiroki Ono running that number 1 plate, which he earned himself richly last year. And on the left there, sitting down, is none other than one of the great British racers of previous era, Colin Marshall. Great to see him here. Raced in this series as well. Have to revise his resume, but an absolute force of nature in motorcycle racing. A force of nature in the TVS Asia One Make Championship, without any doubt at all, is this rider, Hiroki Ono. He's had much sterner challenges in 2025 than he had in 2024, when he really ran away with the title, despite the best efforts of Ramdan Rosley. Okay, so let's go back to Daniel in pit lane.
So we're the team manager for JDT Racing Team, Mr. Rajiman. So we know now that Dunlop is giving a bonus for the new lap record holders starting next season for ASB 1000. What do you make of this change?
I think it's a good move by Dunlop. It's encouraging the rider to do better. Plus, they would appreciate and try their best to give I think it's better for Dunlop as well, because they will get a better data, because the riders will keep on pushing. Everyone wants to chase the prize. So I think it's a good move and it's a healthy move. Let's see what will happen next year. It'll be more interesting, of course.
Definitely. But what do you think for the team side? Because now you have to think about really pushing for qualifying, isn't it?
On the team side, actually we have to manage things well as well. Some rider will start pushing from the start. Some rider would like to get things ready for him and push towards the end. So again, it's a bit tricky on our side. So depends on the strategy. We'll see how it goes.
Yep, we're looking forward to it. Thank you so much. Good luck.
Interesting reactions there about the incentive coming from Dunlop next year for the ASB 1000 riders. Listening to what people say and just reflecting on it slightly, will probably shift the focus slightly from beating the competition to beating the lap record. So on that basis should result in quicker lap times. That remains to be seen, but something to look forward to for 2026 in the Asia Road Racing Championship. Back on track here with 6.5 minutes left to go in this second and last session of the day. Ramdan Rosley stays on top with 150.225. Hiroki Ono has closed the gap from 1 second to 0.6 of a second. Luis Miguel currently third, Sartak Chavan fourth. A little way off there. Sartat, 151.175. That's Ramdan, number 2 there. Behind him, that's Nixon Frost, number 17. 14-year-old competitor from New Zealand. He's found just how hot the competition is here. He's done a full season in this series. Kanatat Jamin, who opened the season here in April, had a crash, injured himself, came back briefly, but then faded again. He's just watch 1 or 2 riders running off there, including 28, that's the Colombian John Lopez. So it looks like he's improving. Is Tilwi Piri, the young South African. He's on a 152.599. His best time this morning was 153.994. So great improvement, moving in the right direction. 2 riders down. Nixon Frost, that's at turn 12. Looks like collision under braking there for turn 12. Just take a look. Is it a collision under braking? Yes, it was. Yeah, so that's a bit of a turn 12 classic, has to be said. Rider there, I didn't see the bike number in the melee. Just getting a breather, hopefully just winded in that incident. Marshall's immediately into action there. Yeah, that was Kanatat going down again. Just hauling himself off the bike. He's basically okay. Probably just cursing his luck. Vorapong goes through at the front of this group, so some of the other riders will be happy to have a rare opportunity to follow project leader John Lopez, number 28, is the closest, and then it's Ramdan Rosley, who's probably got a few lessons to hand out himself. Vorapong pushing nicely through turn 12. Beautifully done. He's running a development fairing on that bike. Spotted by Daniel's eager eye in Sepang, and confirmed by TVS when pressed. John Lopez, 152.5. 3/10 quicker than he was this morning. And given that conditions are a little less favourable now than they were in the morning, that's a really good improvement. And there we've got Vorapong, Ramdan, and Shihari Dave. 1.5 minutes remaining to the checkered flag. And it's a proper race rehearsal going on here among these 4 riders. Ramdan just getting himself clear of it. Shihari Dave, Vorapong, and John Lopez very much enjoying it. That's Warabong in particular, given that he is not racing this season. Okay, 28, John Lopez. He's 23, Shahari Dave. Warabong checks out the rear view behind them. Who's on a good lap now? Kim Min Jae. No, I think he's off for the time being. Seconds countdown. There's probably nobody going to upset the order you can see on the left side of your screen there. Looks like once again Hiroki Ono will not do his heartbreak, morale-breaking thing by pulling out a late final lap to outthink, outsmart, outwit the competition. Once again, Ramdan has bettered him. But good work here from these three, particularly Shahari Dave and John Lopez, who have got something from running closely with each other during this session. But the checkered flag is out now. Warapong did a quick sector 2, he might actually improve. See, he looks like he's had some fun out there anyway. Warapong does indeed improve, 152.1 up to P9. Unfortunately, that's the last we'll see of the Thai ace this weekend. Track anyway. Always good to see in and listen to in interviews. But guess what? The top three are once again the top three in practice 2. Ramdan Rosli once again on top, 150.050. That's 500ths slower than he was this morning. Next up, Hiroki Ono, 150.318. Then it was Sartak, who improved later in the session, 151.070. Then Luis Miguel, 4th in the championship and 4th once again. Then Chirant Vishwanath, another of the challengers to the top 3. Kanatat Jamin saw have that crash earlier on. He was 6th quickest, then 7th Haziq Farouz, 8th Shahari Dave. 9th quickest was our project leader, Warapong Malahuan, for the TVS Asia One Make Championship. Then Colombian John Lopez. And then Leandro Paredes from the Philippines did a 152.595. Oratilwi Piri improved his time to 152.599 in that session. He was 12th quickest, then it was KY Ahmed. And then Kim Min Jae returning to the series, and Keith Frost, the number 17, was 15th quickest. So those times will be combined with this morning's, and the quickest 8 will go through to qualifying 1B tomorrow morning, and the others will be fighting it out for 2 places to go through and join qualifying 1B. So we're going to take a break now. We've got 3 more sessions coming up for you from the AP250s. They'll be up next, then the Supersport 600s, and we will close out the day in style with the ASB 1000s. So don't go too far away. We'll be back in just a few minutes with the AP250s here at Chang International Circuit. See you soon. Welcome back to Chang International Circuit, where we are convening for the last time this year for the final round of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship, finishing the season here as we normally do. Friday, of course, is a busy day for free practice, busy day for the teams to get as much data together as they can, re-familiarise themselves with the circuit, and for us to take a look and to see what we think might transpire over the coming 2 days, in qualifying tomorrow morning and in the races on Saturday and Sunday afternoons. Drama all the way through in this category in the AP 250s. It does look, well, it is very much advantage RB Aditama for Astra Honda Racing Team. He has 36 points over Izam Ikmal. So Izam is going to need a phenomenal performance to overcome that, and Fadila Arbi is going to need some misfortune for that to change, but anything can happen in motorcycle racing, and in particular in a class as hard fought as the Asia Production 250s. Very slow outlap here, including for that rider there in the right hand corner of your screen, Aiki Yoshi. He was quickest. Was he quickest or second quickest in the last session? Yeah, second quickest in the last session, and also very quick this morning. So getting that Kawasaki hooked up very nicely indeed. And we wait to see Kawasaki are going to build on this next year, because it's so good to have 3 manufacturers and 3 very different configured motorcycles all competing at the same level. There's Hutri, number 18, Honda Racing Thailand. He's been having a good weekend so far. And there is the number 68 of Jazil Jarami. It's good to see him back out. Also, as you were saying, Daniel, good to see him talking about some plans for 2026.
Yeah, and he's been riding well this weekend as well. Big improvement in terms of the gap to the top. So the right steps are being taken for Jazil. And then in mind as well, they're on a much older machinery compared to the rest, so really good effort by the Singaporean and the Singaporean team.
Yeah, agree. And rider there running with them. He's probably got the latest of everything at his disposal. Davino Brittani, the young Indonesian, in with Astra Honda. He's making an early stop. Not yet 5 minutes into this 30-minute session. There's no qualifying on combined times here. It's a straight 30-minute shootout tomorrow for all 27 bikes I think we've got in this category tomorrow morning. Chao Vietnam is at the top of the timing screens now with a 1:53.581. So he's going to need to shave at least, or chop at least another second off that time to get it into a competitive window. There's RB Aditama running with 3 rev cuts, championship leader, with that 36-point advantage, and showing no disadvantage on top speed, which is quite impressive. Just adjusting himself on that bike. There's something not quite in place, but he's got his head down again. He's got Chao Vietnam behind him.
Yeah, Chao Vietnam goes really well around Chang, and think he'll be looking to finish off the season at least with a proper strong finish.
Indeed, and hopefully a podium for him. It's good to see as much variation as we can between manufacturers, riders, nationalities, and so on. But it's local hero, Kritapat, who is currently fastest and going faster through Sector 1. He set the best time. And at the same time, Aiki Yoshi going quickly through the first 2 sectors as well. So Aiki making a really good start to round 6. We've also seen some Thai wild cards. 3 of them actually, 9, 10 and 11 currently on the screen. Tiranai Tuptim, Oprapong Proez and Panjarat Chitral Chat.
We're really looking forward to seeing how Panjaruk does in this EP250 class. Seen him for a couple of seasons in the Honda Talent Cup and he's just been brilliant. Yeah, they both have gone out, Oprapong and Panjaruk.
Just launched themselves up to 5th and 6th. And Idemitsu, he seems to have got the data and the setup that he needs to be competitive because he's second currently, 152.728. He was second in second practice session as well, 152.5. So he's showing good pace as well now. That's good to see for the championship and for the fight on track. He's in the middle of, coming to the middle of your screen, the number 124. The 36 there is Tub Tim, Thai wildcard for Yamaha. 12 is Panjarup, 39 is Kritapat. He's a contender. Bit of a long shot, but he's definitely there.
He's dipping to the 51s. That's a really strong lap time around here on a 250 bike. That's 5 tenths faster than the fastest time from this morning by Chandra. So earlier in practice too by Chandra.
Yeah. Kiyoshi continuing to make that Kawasaki sing in more ways than one.
I think Nike's going to be pretty pumped after that result in practice. Another opportunity to try and find a little bit more for them. You have to fancy an Aiki Yoshi podium if he can get that last turn done properly. Oh, Tiranai Tuptim has gone into second with a 51.3, while Kritapat has improved to a 51.0.
Yeah. Pushing Izam down to third. So Aldiaz Axel doing a really good job there as well. .153.1 earlier for the Indonesian Aldiaz. So 39 is Kritapat at the front of the group. Is 12, 36 is Tub Tim. Yeah, gloves off as they go into turn 5. Tub Tim decides to stay out of trouble and take the long lap loop.
See, he was going in really hard that the front end would have gone away. So it's a good save in the end for there from that section. It's scary when it goes in really fast rolling, especially on a 250 bike.
Yeah, well, nothing to be lost there. We also saw Li Yun go through there. You come into the category, there she is, the number 75. Bright green bike, she's running for Team One for All. Pink leathers, there you go, very easy to spot. She improved by 2 seconds between practice 1 and practice 2. So doing all the right things so far. Chinese newcomer. A bit swamped there on the exit of turn 1. There's a bit of a baptism of fire coming into AP250s at the end of the season when everybody knows who's who and everybody's on the pace. It's a big ask. New bike, new track.
Just very impressed by the session from the two Thais, Kritapati and Tiranai. They've gapped themselves by a second over anyone else. It's 151.039 in free practice. That's really, really strong time.
Yeah, great work from Yamaha Thailand, that's for sure, and good work from this rider as well, is Amit Mal. Currently in second spot in the standings. Third on the timing screens here. 152.2 for the Malaysian. Just ahead of Aiki Yoshi. There they are on track. 124 and 37.
Rook got set the long way around there.
Yes.
Trying to get elbows out in the AP250, and he's a bit unhappy with Aiki there.
Well, it's a hard sport at this level.
He's on there just looking to reset himself.
Yeah, sensible move there from Izam. For the red mist to dissipate.
It was wasn't when he got straight out of the racing line, away from anyone, away from harm. Now he rejoins back.
Yeah, absolutely.
And to his benefit as well, he'll get a good chunk of slipstream for the next 2 laps. It's interesting, we're seeing a much larger group.
Yeah, it's a real mixed group as well, isn't it? It's not just the quick ones or the midfielders or the slow ones. It's everybody all grouped together there.
Exciting to see this. It's a bit of a taste of what we will witness tomorrow.
Again, staying out of the way there on the left. Letting that group go past him. Ian, they're getting stuck in. 14-1 for all.
That's not Propongo Prowess. Another one of the Thai wildcards. Both him and Panjarok are going to deliver something special. They're not thinking about the championship. It's just for them to try and get glory on home soil, and that's always going to be a rider pushing at 110%.
That's right. Especially in this category where everybody knows just how strong it is.
Really brings some good work in the session. I think he could be quite a threat as well.
Yeah, he looks really comfortable, confident, aggressive.
Tiranai won the Blue Crew Asia Pacific Championship race here in Chang as well. So he's familiar with these production bikes. It's a matter whether he can bring that performance into the AP250 field. But as of right now, you wouldn't be surprised if he does.
Yeah, and it's a nice push from inside the Yamaha Thailand garage as well for Kritapati.
Yeah, Kritapati now has a strike partner to think about as well. Again, it could be a factor that helps Kritapati just close that gap in a bit more. Again, it's a huge gap, but with 50 points play, you just can never say never.
Absolutely right.
This is a properly large group now. This is at least about 15 bikes out just behind this group here.
At least, yes. 20, that is not the Pong. Going to the front there. Ahead of Panjarok. Panjarut, I beg his pardon. And Daiki Yoshi staying with them. Well, that must be Andy Fadley. Daiki Yoshi is in the pits.
See, Honda Thailand really have quite a list of young talents on the rise. I mean, we got Panjarok and Nopupong both having a wildcard appearance this time, but they also have a bunch of other talents like Swakian Midad, who's a young 13-year-old winning races here and there. So the program that Honda Thailand have started, it's really showing well. Yamaha Thailand as well, they have both Kritipa and Tiranai both performing at a very high level, so it's exciting times for Thai two-wheel racing.
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, for many years, both those manufacturers have been going around different areas of Thailand, making, putting up makeshift race tracks, getting the young pretenders to show what they can do, selecting the best, moving them on, training them. It's definitely a plan.
Yeah, it's great for racing in this part of the world, because for the past couple of years, past few years, it's been Astra Honda with the real powerhouse of a factory of athletes. Now you have Honda Thailand doing it. Now you have Yamaha Thailand as well. The only missing key to the puzzle right now is for Honda Malaysia to show up, or Yamaha Malaysia to show up with some young talents. And we've got a real party for the next decade.
That's, yeah, absolutely true. Yeah, it does work. Yamaha Racing Indonesia, they've already bagged a world champion. So the hunt is on for the next world champion. Next MotoGP racer from this region.
Andy Fadley going a bit slower in the session. I don't know if he's getting held up a little bit with the lines he needs to take with the Kawasaki. Again, those four-cylinder bikes, they sound beautiful, they have great top speeds, but out of the turns it really lacks that torque. So maybe riding in a group in this session is just harming Andy's progression a little bit. As you can see, when he had a bit more room, he had no issue putting that bike into the top 8. In this session with such a large group, it's just been a bit more of a struggle for him.
That's Alfonsi de Guigan back in place of Jacob Sablea for SDG, their entry for this class.
I think something needs to be done for the SDG CBR 250, because the quality of Alfonsi, he's a fast rider. He's riding for the Talent Cup team in Spain, so that's a well outfitted team. You have to have some level of skill to be riding for them, and somehow I was expecting Alfonsi, if the bike is on par, he'd be a top contender, at least the top 10, but something's just not happening for them there.
Yeah, if you watch his riding, I was just watching him carefully through turn 3. Beautiful line. Fast, good speed, good exit.
He's a brilliant talent. I think definitely one of the top talents to have ever come out of the Philippines. So hopefully Alfonsi riding this bike will help them to find a little bit more out of that SDG CBR 250. We do have some good names coming in for this weekend, don't we?
Yeah, we certainly do. Further down the order, Davina Brittani, the Astra Honda rider, improving. Chao Vietnam having a little bit of a quiet one.
16-year-old Davina still trying to find that break into the top times.
Once again, getting himself out of the way of the gaggle around him.
Oh, Ike and Nizam still not too pleased with each other.
Well, that's something to watch out for.
That'll be interesting to decipher. Andy now looking around as well.
He knows a thing or two about tactics, having won 2 of these championships in his pomp.
Just in case you thought that the other green bike was a third Kawasaki, no, that's the one for all bike.
Yeah, Yamaha.
It fooled my eyes for a second there. I thought we actually had 3 Kawasaki's.
Well, that would be good. Maybe next year.
You could just see how that top speed of that X25R plus the slipstream from Izam just sucked Aiki into an inside line. It makes it look easy, but you can see in the exit there, Izam gets a drive just because he has that extra bit of torque. But then the second Aiki gets into his 5th and 6th gear, we start to catch him up again, and there we go. Into turn 4, Aiki has the advantage.
Front and rear there are the TY Antares bikes of Shunchen Zhang and Taro Takamoto.
You can just see how much later Aiki's trying to break with that bike. He's really pushing to the absolute limit of the Kawasaki.
Yeah.
That is a bit closer comfort. Very just barging himself through. Izam on the inside from Zhengzhang. This is not a race, but it looks like a race.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a grudge battle there.
Gents, it is only practice 3.
They've both got quality, and we know Aiki is a fighter.
Yes. And I do like seeing this a bit from Izam. As much as I enjoy seeing this calmer side of him, Izam has always had a bit of spice to his riding, so this could extract that quality out of him again.
Yeah, Giant Man staying with this group. Good work from him. Number 40.
This could be really beneficial for Shenzhen Zhang.
A little mixed group there.
I think what it is as well, because of all the warnings for no slowing down, so it forces them to head out, and whatever group they find, they just have to push on, which is beneficial to the riders who are struggling to find a bit of pace as well. They catch a bit of wind from the faster riders, pick up a thing or two.
Improving there as well is Humberto, the Brazilian rider, once again for TY Antares. Great to see him back. Vino Brittani is the 24 at the front of this group. 19 is Donald Poo. 15 is Joan Reeves Emmanuel, the Indian rider. That remains on top, 151.039 for the young Thai. 335 quicker than Tiranai. And Arby is on the move.
Here he
Best
comes.
sector 1, the best sector 2. Is he going to finish that off? What was that exasperation there from Joan?
That was a close one. We're going to get a replay of that one for sure. We are RB. There we go. He comes across 51.2, second place. Here's what happened at the last turn between Johan and Nguyen Hu Tri. Whew, what a save that was, and he nearly wiped out
Yeah.
the Honda Vietnam rider there. That was a close call. What a save from Johan.
Yeah, it was, yeah. The others had to sort it out as well. Okay, well, a little adrenaline shot for the young Indian.
It's definitely one for the Instagram reels.
Yeah.
Yeah, so RB now splitting up the Yamaha Thailand party at the top. That's what RB needed to get that confidence in himself for tomorrow's qualifying.
Yeah, good pace all weekend too from Gallen. His was improved in the last 2 sessions after just trying to sort things out on the new bike. The first time here for that bike in the first session this morning. Joan, number 13, seems like he was fired up.
I'd say everyone in the top 10 that we've seen has been running at a very good pace for all 3 sessions.
Vietnam off the pace, 153.4 for him. The three at the top. They've got a gap on everyone else. That's Kritapat, Arbi and Tiranai. Once again, it's Alfonsi de Guigan. Only 19th. Looking strong on track. And enjoying his return to duties with SDG in the AP250 class. Full title of the team is SDG Hawk Pro Philippines. Pu and Mokpapong mixing it up there in turn 3. Mokpapong going really wide there. This time around, and one more lap before the checkered flag comes out. Vino Britani working hard through this session, as he has in all the others. 153.1, just 2 seconds slower than Kritapat, who remains at the top for now. There he is, number 24, Stonampu. 69 is, so I just lost my view there. There's Aldias XL. Aldias having a good practice day. This time, 152.4. About 7/10 quicker than he was in the previous session. 20 going through there is Mokpapong. So the two Astra Hondas running together there. Vino 24, RB 93. Tonampu, wow, look at him sweep through the inside as RB runs wide and out of the way. So RB won't be improving his lap time from 151.2 that we've got on our screens now after that error. Mokpapong is improving in this group. Number 20, there he is for Yamaha Racing Thailand. Another rider's just gone wide, and another one at turn 4. So as they push, some are pushing a little bit too hard. One is Musyobi. 20 is Mokpapong. Mokpapong, decent sector 2. The only one who looks to be on an improving lap. Further down the order, Xinjiang. TY Antares is improving. But that top 3 are 7/10 clear of the rest, and the best of the rest is Galang Hendra, followed by Izam Iqmal and Aiki Iyoshi. Aldiaz is after them, as we will see shortly as the results come up on the graphic. So let's take a look. Kritapat 151.039, best time of the session from Fadila Arbi Aditama for Astra Honda, the championship leader. 151.242. Then it was sensational wildcard Tiranai Tub Tim, Yamaha David Jobbery, and then Galang Hendra, Izam Ikmal, Aiki Yoshi, Aldiaz Axel Ismail for Yamaha Baf Yamalube. Both of those Baf Yamalube machines in the top 7. And then it was Noprapong Bun Proez for Honda Racing Thailand. Andy Fadley improving on his comeback from injury, 152.8. He was 9th quickest. Then for TY Antares it was Humberto Cesar, the Brazilian. Then it was Panjaru Chikwirulchat for Honda Racing Thailand. Don Ampu for Estremo Yuzi was 12th. Then his compatriot for Honda Racing Vietnam, Hutri, was 13th. Then Davino Brittani for Astra Honda, 14th. 15th, Erfan Heikel, 16th. Rintaro Takamoto for TY Antares. Fadil Masyavi for Yamaha Racing Indonesia, 17th. And then it was Alfonso de Guigan, 18th. 19th, Chao Vietnam for Honda Racing Vietnam. Idemitsu Honda Racing India's Johan Reeves Emmanuel was 20th, his teammate Kevin Quintal next up. Moving to 23rd, Qayyum Razak did a 154.199. Then Jazil Jarami for Team ACR, 24th. 25th, Irfan Ardiansha for Maestro NWN SCK. All is not well there. Liu Guang Yuan for Team One for All, 156.0. And his new teammate was just behind him. And there was no time recorded for Daniel Shami for Uma Racing. So hopefully all is well with Uma Racing, and we will see him on track tomorrow morning. So we have 2 more sessions to go, and there's plenty of drama in both of them. Supersport 600's coming up next, and the day will be closed out by the ASB 1000 class. So stay with us. We've got more action coming up for you at 3:50 local time. That's in 7 minutes from now at Chang International Circuit. We are here for the first day of 3 for the final round of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. welcome back if you've been with us, and a very warm welcome if you haven't. There's plenty of action remaining here at Chang International Circuit on the first day of the final round of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. On their out lap right now are the Supersport 600s, third session of the day for the medium-sized class. And we've got some wild cards, some extra riders in here, making things even more interesting than they already were, with a very finely balanced championship led by Adinanta Putra for Astra Honda, who has an 8-point lead over Kazma Daniel, Kazma Yudin for Hongyong Yamaha Racing, and then how many points behind? 13 points adrift of Kazma is Anupab Sarmoon for Yamaha Thailand Racing Team. So those three are the contenders for the championship. 50 points, of course, on the board over race 1 and race 2 coming up tomorrow and Sunday. Riders checking out the car park, as of course one must, on an out lap. The really big area they're running out on is the runoff for turn 4, which is a terrifyingly fast left-hander. That rider, the number 500 for Yamaha Thailand Racing Team, is Anupab Sarmoon, one of 3 championship contenders. There's the 21, that's Adinanta Putra. He's about 7/10 off the best time in the previous session. But I think started from the 3rd row here at Chang International back in April and still won a race. Number 20 there is Chakrapat Pudisan for Honda Thailand Racing Team. And behind him, I think that's Herjun, and the 1, 2, 3 is definitely Reza Danica Arens. There is McKinley Carl Paz, number 23 for Hongyong Yamaha. Storied Malaysian team. 36 is Ferozi Torakatula, who narrowly missed out on the AP 250 title last year. Lost out to Herjun. And the 2 of them came up into this category. Number 27 is of the closest contender to Adinanta Putra, Kazma Daniel for Hongyong Yamaha. That is Adinanta, whose body language, and if you listen hard to what he says, he seems to think that this championship is his of right, which is a fantastic attitude to go into high pressure final round weekend. Number 32 flashing through there is Helmi Asman. Had a crash this morning, as did his 2 Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia teammates, Karolin Pawi and Shirafuddin Asman. Very strange session. Meanwhile, with 6 minutes gone, Anupab puts himself back on top. Helmi just a few hundredths slower than him, so promising start to the session for Malaysia's Helmi Asman, and then it's Tanat Longpliao, who was really strong in the 2nd session this morning. Rocco Sessler's made a good start for Team One for All, number 15, done 141.336. He got a lot quicker between 1st and 2nd sessions. Best time in practice 2 was 140.7 basically. So taking good steps. It's the only 600 in the Team 1-4 stable. So a lot of development and a lot on the 16-year-old shoulders of Rocco Sessler. And Yasman, he knows what it is to absorb pressure. And with the chips, if not down, very much against the Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia team this year. Incredibly, out of 10 starts, or if you like, there's 3 riders, 30 starts, they've only been on the podium 4 times. 3 of those are wins, 2 last time out in Malaysia for Shirafud and Asman. 1 for Helmi Asman and a P2 for Karel Idemitsu. But that's it for this incredible team that over the years has bagged more championships than you can shake a stick at. Well, they're not going to take another title this year, that much we do know from the scores. Adananta on a quick lap now, as is Karel Idemitsu. Anupad sits on top. His best time was, out of the 2 sessions that he led, was just by about a 10. He was in pre-practice 1 in much cooler conditions this morning, 139.625. So not far off. And this is pretty close to the time of the afternoon when the race will be on tomorrow and Sunday. There he goes, the number 32. It was a gentle crash that he had, but it was back on the circuit and meant that he only had a few laps in that session. It's Kazma, who's been working well all the way through free practice 1 and 2. He was 5th quickest in practice 1 and 7th in practice 2. And if that sounds like a long way off, that was less than 2/10 slower than Anupad at the top. This is a very, very hotly contested series. That's Herjanatna. Won a race in Mandalika in his rookie year. That's Tanat Longpliao. Going well this weekend. Racing Thailand, always looking out for the next superstar to come through. Karel Idemitsu looks quick. And aggressive, he gets himself past the number 18, Kitsadat. Starts having a chop for the Thailand racing team. 44 is Karel Idemitsu. 23 is McKinley Carl Paz. Kitsadar slots in behind them. Kyle just touches the green there on the exit. And Kip goes to the top with a 1:39.632. So that's good to see. We know his quality. We don't always see the results, although in 2023 he was, for most of the season, the riders to beat. Didn't quite turn that into a championship, but he was blisteringly quick all the time. So at the top and within 3/10 are Karel Idemitsu, Helmi Asman, Adananta Putra and Anupad Samoon. Another few hundredths back is Herjanatna and Tanat Longpliao, Reza Danica Arens, McKinley Carl Paz, and if you hadn't noticed earlier, there is a world champion on the entry list this weekend, none other than Aldi Satya Mahendra for Yamaha Indonesia. 2024 Supersport 300 champion. World champion. 31 is Tana. 29. So two teammates running together there. Jack Kripat is the other one, although not running with them. Elsewhere, Rocco Sessler 12th quickest with a 1:40.4. So he continues to improve. That's more than 2/10 better than his time set in practice 2. Helmi Asman just gets out of the way. Rocco Sessler just in the distance behind Helmi Asman. Two bright orange flashes on the front of the fairing. There goes Helmi. On the move now, Aldi Satya, Sharifuddin Asman and Rocco still improving. Asma also improving, currently 3:24 off the best time of Karalit Pawi. A rider we haven't seen much of yet, but a very, very notable wild card is Apiwat Wongtananon, who just on a glance, on combined times, is third quickest today. Second quickest behind Anupab Samoon in practice 2. Got several riders pitting now. We're just pretty well exactly on the halfway point in this session. But good showing from Kip. And generally speaking, better from the other Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia riders. There is Kip. Rounding Aldi Satya there. Aldi came through well later in practice 2. As he got to grips with that bike, did a 1:39.99. So he's on his best time so far, and looks like improving on this lap. No, he doesn't. He's just slowed up. Well, decides it's time for a half-time break as well. Daniel Anupab Samoon, 1:39.9. That's only 2/10 slower than free practice 2, 3/10 slower than free practice 1. But down in 6th, just over 3/10 off the quickest. This is such a tightly contested category.
It's unbelievable. The top 15 covered by a second. It's proper close racing, this. Rocco, who's improved, and he's managed to get within 8/10, is down in 13th. That's how close it is.
That's right. Yeah, he's improved every session as well. German.
Kasha trying to extract everything that he can out of his bike. Good session for Aldi Satya, dropping into the 1:39s. And as you mentioned, he's only 70% recovered, so an impressive ride from the world champion, a former world champion now.
Yeah, true. Yeah, they finished this year as well. Yeah. Well, he's in the history books. That's it. Nobody's going to take that away from you. Razor stays out. Rocco stays out. It's the second season we've had Rocco in the Asia Road Racing Championship family, beating in TVS last year, indeed winning a race. As a 15-year-old and now running as the sole representative for Team One for All in Supersport 600. It's actually quite a lot to put on the shoulders of a 16-year-old.
It is, isn't it? He's dealing with it well.
Yeah, he does. He absolutely does. He is what you might describe, Daniel, as an old soul, I think.
Yeah, extra motivation as well, Manalika, where he got a decent outing as well.
Are you? We haven't seen the best of him yet this weekend.
This hasn't come together for Unigroho in this weekend so far. Laps 1, 2, and 3 have all not been that impressive from Wahyu, so hopefully for him they find a little bit of something for tomorrow morning's qualifying.
Yeah, Apiwa out of contention in this session. So we've got a fair amount of time left.
So I'm going to expect a chunk of riders to come out all together in the last 7 or 8 minutes just for a final push.
Like the 250s, they have a 30-minute straight shootout for grid positions tomorrow morning.
Yeah, simple qualifying, just one session to get it done and dusted. The main difference is the qualifying ties. That's going to be a question of when they put it on. Some riders will go out early with them, some riders will wait till the very last minute.
Yeah, that's always fun to observe. Yeah, Kazma will be featuring, no doubt, in that shootout for the front row.
He's making good progress in this lap. 410s down, so it should be a good improvement for Wahyu Nugroho. Put him somewhere in to the top 10. Which was like 11, so he just misses out. 14.2. Good improvement. He's only 0.6 off.
But as you were saying, in this category, that can be a lot of places. Apiwa doesn't seem to be in the house in this session. So that will on for Yamaha TNP. Thai team, very well-known team here in Thailand, competing in the BRIC all-round championship run here at Chang International Circuit.
Wahyu's gone quicker again in second one, so I think Wahyu, with this extra mileage, he is starting to understand his bike a bit more and the track. Not that he likes that much track time here, but different weeks bring different challenges for them. Can be at the same track just 2 days apart and have a completely different result and feeling.
Yeah, and different conditions too.
Indeed, yeah.
Race 1 back in April, he put himself on the podium. That was his first podium in his class. And in round 4, well, round 3, in particular, he was on the podium in P2, as he was at Mandalika. I just remember the joy on his face that he showed.
Wahyu's got up into 7th now, 39.8. That's a big improvement from Wahyu.
Yeah.
And that's with a sector 2 that was about 3/10 slower than anyone else. So I'll tell you what, if Wahyu can repair his sector 2, he'll be well within the mid 139s. It's going faster again in sector 1, so Wahyu Nugroho. That's not going on, but yeah, Wahyu Nugroho continues on like this. It's very good for him.
Yeah, that's excellent. Yeah, finding his groove. Tanner picks it up. Honda Racing Thailand. Rocco Sessler chasing them. Not a bad idea. They know their way around here very well.
They came out of pit lane together, so this will be a good one for Rocco.
Well,
Not going well wide. Something is sitting well with it. He's just struggling to get back on track there.
yeah. Sometimes you have moments in sport where you seem to lose your coordination or something.
See what happened here for Tana. He tips the bike in as he's going to. Oh, that's what happened.
Ooh.
His leg was off. That was a save. It wasn't just running off wide. Well done from Tana. He was trying to pull the bike in and just at one point just lost grip.
Yeah, that cost him. This was a 142 that lap.
Also Tana using that Honda drive to get him into that lead for turn 3. Kasma
Yeah.
went super slow on the pit lane entry. So here we go again. Rocco's going to get a nice little toe from Tana. This could be an improvement coming in from Rocco. Wahyu again improving. He's set at 139.8 again just now. He's improving again through sector 1.
Yeah, you do feel by the time we get to qualifying that Wahyu is going to have found his groove.
Ooh, Rocco going in a bit hot there. Tana tips the bike in. What's putting in some sector times, I think, yeah. Wahyu Nugroho as well through sector 2. Sector 2 is looking good for Wahyu Nugroho, so there's going to be an improvement coming in from Wahyu. He might put himself up into the top 3. Potentially third on this lap.
Yeah, this is really good. It's just suddenly he's found his way, and he's in green sectors in almost every sector for the last few laps.
Oh yeah,
there
Wahyu
he
goes
is.
third.
Yeah.
39.7 from Wahyu, 0.170. Now Wahyu Nugroho has arrived. And Tana as well, he's put himself up into 4th now. Look at that, top 16 under a second.
Yeah, we've gotten used to seeing this. It just makes for such good racing, such nail-biting qualifying as well. This is great work from Yamaha Indonesia's Wahyu Nugroho. Currently sitting behind Rocco Sessler. Jack Kripat Pudisan, meanwhile, number 20 for Honda Racing Thailand, improving. And Apiwat Wongtananon has arrived too. He's put himself into P3 with 139.756. So he was absent for much of that session. Oh, he's banged his fist on the table. And the Asman in second.
This looks like almost race pace simulation from Wahyu because he's been consistently putting these laps in, and if he's consistently at 39, that is going to be mega impressive. Every sector 1 he's done with a slight improvement. Okay, this time it's a 140.3, but again, that pace management from Wahyu Nugroho is looking really, really good. And now we have the top 17 under a second within 9/10.
Yeah, absolutely Fantastic stuff, as ever, in Supersport 600. Incredibly close racing, incredibly close qualifying. That's why he slides gently under Rocco Sessler. Warren Agroho, fastest sector 1. Well spotted, Daniel.
I think he got a bit of slip right next to Rocco, and that's helped him get 2/10 faster through sector 1.
So he's thinking his way as well, isn't he?
Yeah. This, if he does a good sector 2 and 3, this is going to be provisional P1 for Wahyu.
Well, he's got nothing to hold him up in front.
This is perfect. He's going to get a bit of dirty air as well from the 2 Hondas in front of him, so he's going to be slipping through the final little straights a little bit quicker. Not that much of a difference, but just enough. Kasma goes up into second, 39.684.
2 minutes left, so 2 laps for some of these riders. Wahyu decent sector 2.
Because it's still quick and should be quick enough. Here he comes now into the final turn. Hits at a center on the inside of his teammate. Oh, let's see what he does. He likes that turn. 12 comes across the line, 39.76. So Wahyu lost time in sector 3 and 4. That's unfortunate. It was looking really, really good.
Yeah, slight improvement. But yeah, as you said, Daniel, the pace for Wahyu is looking really good.
Yeah. He was on 39.9s for a while, 39.8, and then now 2 39.7s in a row. And another quick sector 1 from him. It's very similar to the one he just set on the lap before this.
Yeah, Tanak got his revenge on Pitsadar in turn 3.
You can tell they're having a bit of fun there. Look how much the front dives on Wahyu's bike. That's what I was talking about. Like, the front looks a lot softer than most of the other Yamahas. Just the way Wahyu likes it. It's clearly working for him.
What? Just bumped down into P4 by Kazma. Adananta. How funny that we haven't really said much about him since early in the session. He's a full 0.288 off the lead.
Okay, Cal got sent onto the dirty part of the track there. That's unfortunate. Oh, look at the amount of improvements we're having in sector 1.
Yeah, almost all of them. And purple for Razor. Absolutely, yeah. Fastest sector 1 of the session. Come on, Razor.
Oh, checker flag is out. This is going to be some final lap in the last session for the Supersport 600. Here we go. Tanat leads his teammate. They tip into turn 3. Wahyu will have gotten a bit of slipstream, but yeah, 21.6 is a fast sector 1 from Wahyu. That's just a better sector 2 and 3.
Apiwat puts together a good sector 3. Then he's going to move himself up. Right up to the 2 Hondas in front of him now. Will he be able to get into that sector ahead? No, he won't.
You see how much more aggressive Wahyu's trying to be on the gas. He's picking the bike up just that slightly earlier. So he's braking harder, trying to turn the bike in more and get on the gas early. These flowy bits is where the Honda's really sing. Oh, Wahyu's gone up onto the green. He's really pushing on. On this lap, despite the amount of green improvements we've had in sector 1, I think really created sector 2 and 3. I think they were too close to each other, and that's disturbed them more than helped them.
Yeah, Razor 140.1. That was his last blast. Session for Wahyu Nugroho and indeed for everyone else. But good work that time set some time ago by Caroline Powie in the first half of this session. there's the sky, mostly blue, some thin cloud, beautiful conditions for racing motorcycles. It was a 1:39.587 set by Caroline Powie. That was the best of that session. Kazma Daniel been working well all day long. 1:39.684 for the rider in contention for the championship. Helmi Asman, much better session from him, 1:39.7. Almost an identical time for Afiwat Wongtananon, riding this weekend for Yamaha TNP. Iona Groho is fascinating to watch during that session. Came all the way up to 5th, 1:39.757. Then it was Tanat Longpliao, Aldi Satya Mahendra for Yamaha Racing Indonesia, and Adinanta Putra, the championship leader, 8th quickest, 1:39.875. Then it was Anupab Sarmoon on top of the second page of the timing screen instead of the first page, as he was in practice 1 and practice 2. Then it was McKinley Carl Paz, then Jakrapat Pudisan. Virgin Atner was 12th quickest for Astra Honda. And then it was Razor Danica, 1:40.1, the best time for Razor. Then it was Kitsadar Tanachok for Honda Racing Thailand. Sharafuddin Asman in 15th with a 1:40.429. And then it was Rocco Sessler and Ferozi Torakatula. 1 second covering number 1 down to number 17. And then Shajin Tong did a best time of 1:41.809, still improving. Chinese rider for Victor Racing Team. So that was a fun session from the Supersport 600s. Top entertainment, and there is more to come, because next up at 4:30 local time we have the last session of the day for the ASB 1000s, the closest, most competitive of all 5 classes here this year in the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. So stay with us, we'll be right back.
So that's right. It's a big weekend for you because you're still in contention for the championship, but with the injury, we understand that you pulled out of the sessions for today. Can you give us an update on how you're feeling right now?
I'm feeling quite sad because for this injury in the important moment like this, but I have to accept about this injury and move on. So I try to recover, um, try to ride in the morning, but I cannot because I cannot bend the leg. So we need to focus for the next season, I think.
So as of right now, you don't think you're going to be riding tomorrow, or will there still be a chance?
I want to try, but yeah, for 1 day is not enough to change everything. But if the condition little bit better, I think we can go. But I mean no target for this weekend.
Thank you so much, Azroy. We truly hope that by some miracle you're able to ride tomorrow, but if not, speedy recovery. Thank you.
We're on track for the final time today here at Chang International Circuit for the third practice session of the ASB 1000s, the litre class. And this is the most tightly contested of all 5 championships. Real nip and tuck here with just a handful of points separating the top contenders. After the drama, more of which later perhaps, at Sepang, the leader of the championship coming in to this weekend, the final weekend, is Nakarin Terapuvapat for Honda Racing Thailand. He has got a total of 152 points. That's 4 more than Hafiz Sharin for JDT Racing Team. And then 7 points further behind are both on 141 points, are Kito Abe and Zakwan Zaidi. The 5th rider with a shout at the championship, in theory anyway, was Azra Hakim Anwar, who Daniel was just talking to, but he's not going to be able to make it this weekend, unfortunately. So what we saw in the previous session was a real charge from Zakwan Zaidi, number 21 there on your screen, to top the 2nd session. Hafiz Sharin. And he starts this session on top. And Lachlan Hafiz made a good start. 137.494 for him. 1.5 seconds off the lead. So we're going to go down to pit lane with Daniel.
We're at the Astra Honda garage with none other than championship leader for the 600 class, Adinata Budra. So Adinata, how is your Friday so far? Are you happy with what you've done or not so?
Yes, of course not so. Yeah, because quite tough today because still not so good on my setup. Still some point difficult with the bike, but I have a good feeling, good confidence for specialty for tomorrow on the race 1 and race 2, also the qualify. So I just try to maintain my mind to keep strong. So everything was going on the step by step. Just small improve for now. I think was very important because if you know today every rider have very close for the lap times in the super sport class. Yeah, I think tomorrow will be a hard race because every rider was strong also. So the important today was I'm not make pressure on myself. Just enjoy and then try to be consistent, because when the rider was the average time was so-so, with another the best thing was consistent. So I hope tomorrow getting better, and on the race, yes, always I want to get a win. Okay.
Of course.
Yes, because very important also for the championship title for now.
Definitely.
Yes.
So as always, you always tell us that your focus is on consistency.
Yes.
I remember in Sepang you
Sure.
told me it's not about
Sure.
fast lap, it's about consistency.
Yes.
So just now in practice 3, were you happy with the pace that you have, or do you think you still need a little bit more?
Yes. I know my lap time was not the best lap time, but on the FP3 I get a good feeling, improve from the FP1 and then FP2, because also from the bike I can get more easy riding. Yeah, maybe not the best lap time, but before in FP3 also I was going alone, not following the group or each other. So I try to make my average, and then I try to to search how the limit. So tomorrow is very important for the race and for the race 2 also. Yeah, for the qualifying tomorrow, I hope I can get a good result. So if I can start on the front, it will be help for me to do the race. Yes.
So, what do you think is the advantage for the Honda? Like when I see it on the camera right now, it looks like the Honda has a better advantage at the straight and in sector 3 to 4. Do you think that's where the strong point is for you guys?
Yes, I think. So I hope Honda can have some advantage point because it will be help also for the Honda riders.
Okay,
Yes.
what is the best scenario for you tomorrow? What do you think will be the best start? Front row or second row and waiting for the right moment to attack? Which one would you prefer?
For me, prefer on the front row.
Prefer front
Yes.
row, lead and straight away get through.
Yes.
Well, thank you so much.
Okay.
We can't wait for qualifying tomorrow.
Okay.
So,
Thank
good
you.
luck.
Thank you.
We'll catch you tomorrow on track.
Yes. Okay.
Good to hear Adinantaputra, the Supersport Championship leader, telling it as it is. There with Daniel. He's got a disarming way of telling us what's on his mind and what his attitude is, and I think he's got the air of someone who expects to convert his championship lead into a title. Back now with the ASP 1000s. And while you were gone, there was an off for Cameron Dunker on the Moto Go Yamaha. It wasn't actually clear whether he had a mechanical problem and parked it or went off, but it wasn't serious anyway. And back on track, Zakwan Zaidi continued this session as he finished the first with the quickest time. Indeed, he's done the fastest time of the day. It's been very close in each session, but 1:35.521. It was 1:35.545 in the first session of the day. That time was for Nakarin Atirapuvapat, and 1:35.6 for Zakwan in free practice 2. So you can see very, very fine margins here. And on a 1:36.023 is Nakarin in this session, second. About a tenth quicker than Hafiz Shirin, and then it's Andy Fridis Deha, his last outing for Astra Honda, and Lachlan Epis for Savitar Asia. Good work continues to be done. Looking at P6, Malaysia's Adam Noradin, 1:37.149 on the Suzuki, 1.6 off, but always remembering that there's a speed and grunt deficit for the Suzuki as well as for the Yamahas. Cam Dunker is shown as in the pits, so I hope that means he's got his bike back. The quickest on top speed is Hafiz's teammate Rio Mizuno, who's in as a wild card this weekend. Currently in 9th, 1:38.6 is his best time. So that's about 3 seconds off his teammate, who's been, of course, riding the Panigale rather well all year. He's got 3 wins on his record and a couple of seconds. And out of 10 races, 5 rounds, he actually has 2 DNFs, Hafiz. So he's done extremely well to put himself in such close championship contention, meaning just 4 points in arrears of Nakarin, who is on your screen now. This is in a good sector 1. He's best sector 2. And he's lifted himself up. That's a 135.9. He's just nudged Hafiz down from P2 to P3 on the timing screens. Lots and lots of time to go. Fear not. 26 minutes remaining in this 40-minute session. As you watch Nakarin tackle turn 3. Perfectly done. We'll raise this a little bit on the exit. And doing well, running alone. Nakarin, so let's see, that was another respectable sector 1. As he goes through turn 7 and up towards turn 8, that was his best sector 2 so far. So very much on the charge now, the Thai championship leader, number 41 from the Thailand racing team. So he's the rider that really seems to have his head down at the moment, at this stage of proceedings. Let's see how he did in sector 4. Didn't see any errors. It's a nice clean exit to turn 12. It was good again. 136, so just less than 2/10 off his best time. Fizz pops in another 136.449. Having a gentle run around this lap.
Hafiz is putting so much work into his fitness. He's dropped 4 kilograms for this final round.
I mean, that's incredible.
Yeah.
Because
there's not much more to burn, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I was wondering where he found that.
Impressive stuff from Hafiz. He really wants it. He needs business. His team needs business.
Yeah. The questions you were asking yesterday about fitness were really quite revealing, I thought, and thinking about Nakarin in particular, who is rebalanced towards building muscle, keeping up the endurance, but also building muscle.
Stanley interrupted him during his post-session massage earlier, and I just saw like how in the zone he was, just completely focused on the mission, and I think that could be the difference. I mean, it's not just him; everyone has taken a step forward to make sure that their fitness is up to par, and the mental well-being is good. It's in the mind and body in this final round.
Yeah, excellent on display here. We have a Suzuki in P4 in the rather capable hands of Adam Noradin.
This has been so impressive from Adam. They found exactly what they need, and you know, after missing out pretty much from more than half of the session in practice 1. Another one I want to touch on Ryo Mizuno. So I found out that the issue from Rio is they've been having a bit of problem with Rio's bike. Just haven't managed to get that bike comfortable for him, so hopefully they've sorted it out. He's finding some improvements, but we do need a little bit more from Rio. We know the quality of him.
Yeah, we do, and yeah, we were expecting much of him at Sepang. Disappointed with that early exit with an injury. Still pushing. The timing screen was flickering around then.
It's going to be tricky for Zafran. I mean, he's clearly got the pace this weekend, but his best opportunity will happen if he manages to cross line pull, get a lightning start on the line, get at least a gap close to a second, take a long lap loop, and end up right behind the front runners to chase them again. That's the best case scenario. Worst case scenario, as usual, we see a lightning start from Nakarin and Hafiz as well, and the job is not going to be easy at all.
Yeah, it's a huge task. Whatever happens, it's going to be a damage limitation exercise in race 1. The penalty does only apply for a race 1. What can he do? He's got on this one song. So Kito Abe currently on a 137.2. 0.6 seconds off Zakwan's time. Looks like he's getting in the zone, looking at his body language, Kito. But he's a second off where he needs to be. At least a second. That's a lot when the lap times in the mid-130s. Change of direction as he goes from turn 10 to turn 11. Back. Should be his best lap so far.
36.2 for Kito. Andy as well set his best.
So he's getting closer to where he needs to be. 0.7 off Zakwan's best time. Only 0.3 off the best time of Nakarin, who is in P2. Looking for Cam Dunker, still not come back. While you were in the interview with Adananta, couldn't see whether he stopped or whether he'd had a light crash.
Yeah, so I'm coming in, it didn't look like there was any damage on the bike, but then again I only saw the left side. But he did come in very quickly.
Well, hopefully nothing that's too much of a problem.
Yeah, trying to work it out with that new engine. He went well in practice too. 137.8 for him on that session. Put in, he slowed that time in right now. We put in P8 once again.
Kito on the move once again. There's Andy.
Good one from both of them. Lap of very sorry lap time across the line. Kito. Andy still sideways as he reaches the apex. Something.
Yeah.
36.1 for Kito this lap. 36.3 for Andy.
Yeah, closing in.
Pushes always with SDG. Look at the way Kito's rear tire is just hopping around as he gets on the gas. That's a mix of traction control and suspension just working together, trying to keep that rear tire down. Unbelievable stuff. And he goes quicker in sector 1 again. Kito's on a mission. They found something.
Yeah, he's really, well, he's in the half-second window now, where he needs to be, behind Zakwan. He's only about a tenth off P2.
Every time Kito changes direction, the bike wobbles above, but that's just how aggressive he's flipping around. The pure confidence he has in the bike, it's just really so good to watch.
Aggressive body language too from Nakarin. He won't improve this time around, but looks like he's on a charge.
Kito's down to 36.0 now.
Yeah, another few hundredths off rather.
It's a good steady approach. It's the SDG way right now for Kito. Step by step.
Oh, that's good news. Cam Dunker out again.
This is good to see. Let's see whether he can match or better his time from practice 2. Again, they're using that new engine, so they'll be working things out. It's going to be a good test as well with this long straight down to 10.3. We get to test the limits of it a bit.
137.8 in FP2. That was a really good time for Cam Dunker.
It looks like race pace management on Nakrin right now. I think the lower 36.
Yeah, good pace. Keita Abe still pushing.
Yeah, usually around this time, this is pace management as well for SDG. They're just having a look at race pace. It's closer to race time now, so the temps would be quite similar. And if this is the pace that Keito's setting, this is going to be very threatening for the top spots. He has been so consistent in this lower 36. Comes across the line now, 36.1.
Yeah.
For Keito, and we've seen this a number of times already this season. He just needs to get that qualifying sorted, because the pace, race pace is there.
Just Atatan Tonkoat on your screen there, the wild card for TNP. 139, he's targeting 137, so he's giving himself a lot of work to do, the local super stock champion. And he's not going to do it on this lap. Looking at the top speeds, Nakarin and Rio.
Yeah, nothing wrong with the top speed of Rio's Ducati. It's just, from what I was told, it's just the bike keeps bouncing around every time he's exiting a turn, and it's making it difficult for him to control. So I suspect he'll still be dealing with a few issues here and there. We're starting with a fresh, clean slate for the session.
And I tell you what, Laughlin's BMW, 282.7.
That's much further down, yeah.
That's 10k down. So it seems they've still got a little work to do.
Yeah, this BMW should be doing about 290 as well. Even Adam Norton's bike right now is a 287, so maybe something to be found for Laughlin's M1000.
Yeah.
Our face comes out now as well. Last run.
Yeah, this is a really good run for Nakarin. Well, 36s for the championship leader.
He's at a few 36 zeros now. It's impressive pace by Nakarin.
Yeah. Oh.
The rear tire just landing on the wrong part of the track there. He kept it controlled. I think that takes away from his lap time here. Across the line, it's now 36.2. 36.2 seconds. It's another low 36, so despite that little error. Mizuno's come out of pit lane as well. Cam Dunk is back into pit lane. So something really not going right for Cam. Keito and Andy finally come back in. Keito's been, again, lower 36s consistently.
Yeah.
So was Andy.
Yeah. And he's a good racer, Keito. now for the last run of the day. 11.5 minutes remaining in this sundown session. This time of year, the sun sets at around 6 o'clock.
Will be cooling down quite a bit now. The sun was a bit more intense during practice too. Stefano, you just got the beats, so the track times would have gone up quite a bit. It stands with the sunset. I think track times dropping quite significantly. Keto, Andy, Adam, as well as Lachlan all in pit lane. I suspect they will come out in a few minutes. Maybe not the Keto and Andy, but Adam and Lachlan.
Is now running medium front, medium rear.
Yeah, apparently Hafiz has been saying that the soft rear is just not an option that's working for him. They tried it a few times, and yeah, after today's test with it, it just didn't work out for them. So it looks like medium tires will be the option for Hafiz for the rear tire at least. I think he might still opt for the hard option just for a bit more stability. Just what the harder carcass gives as they are breaking down. Especially down to 10.3 and to 10.12. So top four covered half a second.
Yeah, these top riders all making the most of this 40-minute session. That Panigale is in good shape and in good hands.
The way Hafiz has been riding that Ducati, his riding style has changed quite a bit from day one that we've seen him on the bike. We do love seeing that more aggressive entry into the turns by Hafiz. As well as the exits. Now the exits are looking good for Hafizadin. They've worked out the electronics for his exits. They've worked out his riding for the entry of the turns. He's using a lot more rear brake, I think. He's controlling how the tail kicks out. Should next year come with the new 7th generation. For those who don't know, he tested the V4S in the Malaysian Superbike Championship, and he looks good on that bike. That bike looks stuck in, and that's with a bike with far less power than the R. So he could fight with the S. Should the R arrive for them next season with the new one, Shan will be quite hard to beat.
There's a prospect. One we're going to have to answer. We probably need to answer as well.
Indeed.
And wouldn't it be good to have a new R1?
Brand new R1 with a few updates here and there. The thing is, the bike is... with the R1, it's always a case of it's almost there. And the main thing, this is something that's resonated through MotoGP and other championships for the production bikes as well. It's just the top speed. It's just lacking that extra drive to get it there. It's always going to be quick through the turns. It's always going to be one of the fastest bikes through any sectors with a lot of turns. But the second it counts for top speed, they're down by 10 to 15. And in racing, that's quite significant.
Definitely is. Zakwan Zaidi has decided to call it a day by the look of it, unless he's just going to come out and test something.
So a glimpse of Adam Norden there, out on his Suzuki. Adam can close in to at least a lower 36. I think he can hold his head high for tomorrow's qualifying.
Stopped it now, it'd be second row. Be good.
He's going to get a little bit of a toe down into the the main straight. So that's going to be really useful for Adam Norden. Oh, but Hafiz has made a mistake there. So Not much of a tough Adam this time. Yeah, Lachlan Epp is out on track as well, riding with Declan.
Yeah, could be a bit of tuition there from Lachlan.
Kito's back out, so it's a very quick adjustment for Kito Abe. So probably just adjustment of suspension, just trying to tweak that late edge of grip feel. Those tires will have been worn in by now. I think Kito, especially after Mandalika, his concern might just be that final few laps that he needs to stitch together to at least have a bit more tire management. Look at the way the bike flicks
every time. Yeah,
it's the same as the entry to turn 13 in Sepang, turn 12 in Sepang, sorry, where he was the only one that flipped the bike that aggressively, and it looks like he's sending the bike completely off. It's so controlled, it's so managed.
Yeah, and the tires just rip immediately.
That was an outlet, by the way. He was pushing that hard on the outlet. Unbelievable, Kito Abe.
Okay, Lachlan having to push now. Still down top speed though, the BMW. So frustrating. So he's going to be on a flyer after this one.
Cam's put in a good sector 1, so he's improving. So he's looking to dip down back into 37s.
Yeah, I'm glad that wasn't too long a stop for the Australian. So what's Kito got through sector 2?
Making all shapes there as he makes his way down the final run into turn 12. You can see how much vibration is coming from the front end just because that's how hard he's pushing it. Concentrating on that.
Yeah, so he's going okay. There's still a little step to take. This is out. Andy Farid having a go. Good sector 1 from Andy, his best.
To my surprise, everyone has come out for this final few minutes. I really thought everyone's going to just take a bit of a breather, but looks like final bits of improvements to be done for a few riders. Zakon as well has just started his flying lap again.
Exactly. No one going gently into the night here, into the Friday night.
It's busy o'clock here at Chang. And look at Andy Farid. Yeah. Sector 1, Sector 2 improving. So Andy Farid might just find himself into second actually if he gets Sector 3 done properly.
Yeah, and usually he's strong through Sector 3.
Actually, yeah, it's looking more like he will be ahead of Kito, but I think Sector 1's where he's lost a bit too much in comparison to the other riders ahead of him.
Is going for pace.
Nakarin's on a really hot lap. Nakarin could potentially be the last upset for Zakon Zaidi in free practice 3.
Yeah, he's on the move. His best sector 2, the best sector 1.
So we can find Nakarin on track. Half is there, right behind Natitan to turn 12. But having good lap is Lachlan Epp is at least in sector 1, a good sector 2 improving.
Natitan improving as well, I think, through the sector. And up from Hafiz.
Nakarin 2/10 behind Zakon Zaidi, 35.7 on that lap. That was close sector 3. He lost a lot of time. Hafiz there. Looks like Hafiz is backed off, so it looks like session done for Hafiz Sharin. It's been not a bad day in the office for Hafiz. It's been an amazing day in the office for Nakarin and Zakwan.
Yeah, it has. Those three looking just like they're a little step ahead of the rest.
Lachlan's closed in as well. He's only 6 tenths away. Good drop there from Lachlan Epis right at the end.
And he's found a little bit more top speed as well. Another 3 or 4 kilometers per hour.
Great work from the young Aussie.
Corinne, this is real serious tilt at the championship.
Oh yeah, he's backed off from this one. Adam Norden still pushing on, so he's gonna hope that Akron doesn't get in the way. Hasn't found any improvement in this stint so far. He's been lapping in 37, so moving forward in the session for Adam Norden.
It's going to be difficult to improve much from there. So he's making a really good account of himself, as we saw in Sepang earlier this year.
It's just made it across for another lap, so let's see if Adam pushes on for one more. Cam Dunk has just set his personal best of this session, 38.6, but still quite a distance away from what he did in practice 2.
Yeah, he missed a lot of this session and didn't seem to be totally right when he came back out again. Kito's last hurrah for Friday.
Zakwan's improving, Andy Farid is improving as well. This is a much better sector 1 from Andy, so this is certainly going to send him ahead of Kito Abe if he gets a good sector 3. But Zakwan Zaidi looking to lower, to increase the benchmark for that he set already, 35.521. What can Zakwan do in his final lap?
Looks like he's going to extend the advantage that he's got.
Best top speed as well, 298.3 kilometers per hour by Zakwan Zaidi. Knocking on the door of 300, comes across the line. What's Zakwan's time? 35.6. And he does make it into 4th now, so he's under 35.9. He's bunched up a little bit. Top 6 covered by 6 tenths.
Yeah, and reflecting the closeness in the championship. I'll tell you what, I can't wait for qualifying. Kito Abe's found the pace that he needs. Half second off the best, but it's there. As we, with the sundown in the background, 135.521, just the fastest time of all 3 practice sessions today. Next best, Nakarina Tirapuvapat. That was a really strong session from him. Looking great for race pace. Hafiz Sharin, similarly, excellent performance all the way through the day. Andy Farid Sahar looking threatening, increasingly threatening. Kito Abe finding the pace that he needs. Lachlan Epis, that was a good session from Lachlan. Then Adam Norridin, 136.66. Joe Francis, 138.299. It was Rio Mizuno, 38.5. Cam Dunker, just a tenth or so behind him. Then Natatan Tonkoat for Yamaha TNP, the wild card. Declan Carberry, 140.969. Then it was Teo Joe. And unfortunately, no time recorded for the injured Azroy. Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being with us today here at Chang International Circuit. It's been a fantastic start to what promises to be a fantastic weekend's racing. We'll be back on air just before 8 o'clock tomorrow morning when we have qualifying for all 5 classes. So don't miss that. And in the afternoon, Daniel and I will be joined by the great Des Corkill, who is somewhere in the area, and we can't wait for that and for the final showdown here in the last round of the 2025 Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. We'll all see you tomorrow.